out all my videos. I'd really, really, really appreciate it.
You hateful, smug, arrogant asshole are able to make the claims that you can because
Yeah, I
we know
actually
there
can.
is a contract, and your arrogant, smug ass sits here and
Thank you
pretends
so
that
much for the
everything you
treasure
say
chest.
is real.
Hey, so I
Yeah.
understand.
What do you think about that, Dean?
Oh, I can tell you.
You arrogant, smug,
Fair enough.
awful human being.
Wow, someone's
You're an
very
awful
emotional.
human being.
So I
Yes, because you're a
Yeah.
awful human being and you
Yeah.
know what you're doing.
highly angry, very big angry.
Yes, I am
So
angry. I hate people like you.
Oh, I know, buddy. Rodrigo, you gave me $150 to call me pathetic.
No, I gave you $150 to debate you and take that smug little off your face.
Honestly, I don't know if I've ever had a more smug look on my face.
First of all, Donald Trump's campaign, quote, categorically untrue that there was anything to do with Miss Teen USA involved in that. That's number one. Number two, did anyone ever file a lawsuit against Donald Trump for doing what he admitted to in the segment that you just said? That's
No.
number two.
The answer
And
to your
number
second question
three
is no.
Okay. And number three, what was the contract all of the beauty contestants signed? Is it confirmed that he was the only male in that area? Was there photographers? Was there beauticians? Was there any other males in that area? Was there a contract that they signed that allowed males to be in that area? Because I'll bet you $1, there was, Dean. Now, answer those questions for me, please.
Very simple and very easy. So your first point was that the
Okay.
Trump campaign categorically denied that he did this at Miss Teen USA. You're actually right.
Correct.
They did. But see, the thing is that they also categorically denied him doing it at Miss USA too. Donald Trump called them all a liar. And you can actually find Miss Arizona from 2001, who wasn't.
Let's approach what I said.
One moment. Who wasn't a contestant at Miss Teen USA, but rather a contestant at Miss USA, sitting down with a news anchor on CNN prior to the 2016 election, talking about how
Let's
Trump.
debate what I'm talking
Can you
about.
allow me to finish responding here? It is relevant to your point.
I just want to debate what I'm talking about.
So I am
not
debating what
made
you're
up
talking
things
about.
that you're
Wait,
talking
you
about.
you
I
sent
swear.
$150 to get attention just to come up. How about you just stop talking for like 2 seconds
Yeah.
and let him finish his point, and then you can respond?
Yeah, I swear I'm responding to your
I just
point.
wanted to answer my question.
I am.
Okay, carry on.
I may not be answering it in the way that you like, but I'm definitely answering it.
Okay, carry on.
So yeah, he did categorically deny it doing it Miss Teen USA, but not as a specific statement. More so, the campaign just categorically denied doing it at any event ever. All right,
No,
and the
that's not
reason,
true.
yeah, that is true.
Untrue.
You can listen to Miss Arizona from 2001
Pull it up.
sitting down
Pull it up.
on CNN talking to the news
Pull up
anchor.
the video.
Okay, sounds
Pull it
good.
up.
She's a former Miss USA contestant. She says Donald Trump personally inspected each woman prior to the 2006 contest. So, Sam, look, you talked about this personal inspection, and you said it was the dirtiest you felt in your entire life.
Okay.
Tell me exactly what happened. What did he do?
So there's a part.
So we were at Trump Towers doing the media tour in New York City, and
So there's a part just affirming that she was a Miss USA contestant. The video's 10 minutes long, so I'm just going to skip ahead to where she's talking about how, like, Donald Trump is denying what she's saying, and, how could I possibly...
Denying what?
Deny...
Wait. What's her claim? What is her claim that he did?
My friend, the claim is that he... Oh, you know what? I'll just play it all. Fine.
And out front now, Sam Holvey. She's a former Miss USA contestant. She says Donald Trump personally inspected each woman prior to the 2006 contest. So, Sam, look, you talked about this personal inspection, and you said it was the dirtiest you felt in your entire life. Tell me exactly what happened. What did he do?
so we were at Trump Towers doing the media tour in New York City, and so he lined all 51 of us up, and I thought it was going to be, hi, how are you, nice to meet you, that type of kind of meet and greet thing. It was not. It was him going down and one by one looking us over like we were pieces of meat, and he was trying to decide which piece of meat he wanted. And I was hoping that would be the end, that I wouldn't have to deal with him anymore. And so then on finals night, when I'm sitting in hair and makeup, getting ready in just my robe,
This is hilarious.
and he comes walking backstage, and I'm so startled, like, what are you doing back here? We're a bunch of women getting ready for a beauty pageant that we've
Oh my
been working
goodness.
towards, Miss
Right, you're wearing a
USA.
robe.
Oh, startled.
Exactly. Like, Why are you back
this is a
here?
Ask for
clown
the
And then I
show,
saw him
Dean.
stop
walk
talking
into the
of you
dressing
literally
room,
wanted to hear this.
just
Stop it.
like he has bragged about on Howard Stern, and the audio is out there for anybody and everybody to hear. He brags about this. It's not that I'm accusing him. I'm simply verifying what he himself has said.
So when you hear Sarah Sanders today coming out of the White House, right? Highest ranking woman there, saying this White House has empathy for women like you. Empathy.
You know, it's funny that they say they have empathy, but first they call us liars. So which one is it? And if I'm a liar, I'm just verifying what he said.
Right, and I you know, it's actually interesting you say that. You know, she said there's eyewitnesses who back up his claims. As you point out, you're one of 51 people
Yeah,
standing there.
exactly.
They all
For
they all
like
saw this happen.
decades.
So they found this woman, Katie Blair. She told TMZ during a Miss Teen USA contest.
There you go. She talks about how Donald Trump labeled her as a liar and the other women that competed at Miss USA as a liar. The Trump administration,
wait,
in his
can-
first term, labeled everybody as a liar, including the
Wait.
women from Miss USA.
Can we talk
and
about the
teens
substance of this?
from Miss Teen USA.
Can we talk about the substance, please? So this incredible, damning testimony that you just gave was, and she felt like, quote, a piece of meat. This is quite literally someone who's in a pageant that's getting ready to walk on stage in a bikini because she's literally performing to be a piece of meat. One. Number two, all 51 of the contestants were lined up to every one of them. Number three, what would you do if you owned a beauty pageant and your goal is to get the most beautiful women in the world on stage? Would you have perhaps look at them? Everything that you just said, Dean, is a clown show. Everything. There is nothing in that clip that is even remoteful damning. Nothing.
So I think that now that you've lost the debate on your first point, that the Trump administration categorically denied that this happened to teens and only
You
categorically
didn't
denied.
disprove that, sir.
I let you speak.
No, I will cut you off if you lie. You just lied.
So I didn't lie.
Okay.
That was your
How
point.
did you prove that? I want the statement
One
from the
second.
Trump
Wait,
administration.
1 second. So you just said that you'd cut me off if I lied. I want you to tell me where the lie
Yes.
is and what I just said. In that clip, she said that Donald Trump called her a liar and the other women at Miss USA.
Oh
in
my goodness. So
2006.
you played a clip that somebody else said something? Dean, do you know how proof works, my man?
Oh,
That's not evidence. That's
Oh,
called
okay.
hearsay, moron.
So Donald Trump didn't
Try
call them
again.
liars. So I just want to clarify. Donald Trump didn't call them liars?
Look it up. Show me the exact
Wait, I
context of
just
what
want
he
to
said.
clarify. I just want to clarify. Donald Trump did not call the women liars.
That's your claim. Your claim is that he did. My claim is show me the evidence, Dean.
Yeah, the
Put it in context.
yeah, the evidence
Put
is
it
the
in
women talking
context
about
of
it.
what. No.
Yeah,
Put his
testimony
statement in
is absolutely
context.
evidence.
That's not testimony, my guy.
Yes,
She's
that is
not sworn into
testimony.
anything.
We just listened
She's
to her
sworn
say
under oath.
Donald Trump called me a liar. This was from. Why would she lie about that?
She's sworn under oath.
She was not sworn under
Was
oath.
she under oath?
When I'm saying testimony, I'm saying testimony insofar as this is what Donald Trump said to her. This is what she said. Why would she lie about Donald Trump calling
Why?
her a liar?
Why don't you just look up the evidence instead of continuing to debate?
Wait,
Why don't we just look up the statement, Dean?
you understand that it
Let's just
actually
look it up.
you understand that it'd be within her best interest.
Don't want to
right,
look it up
for Donald
right?
Trump to not
because you're
call her a
talking out
liar.
of your ass.
Okay, and I
Like,
think that
all
you're
you do is
listening
talk out
through
of
your
your-
ass, or you're not listening at all because you won't allow me to speak for more than 3 words. Your $150 is going to be very quickly wasted because I will kick you from my live stream if you do
Oh
not
my
allow
goodness,
me to
you're
speak more than
powerful,
4
Dean.
words. I'm not powerful. I'm fair. It is totally fair for me to want to be able to speak for more than 4 words at a time.
A fair thing to do, Dean, during a debate is to actually answer my question and to debate what I say,
Well, see, the
not to
thing
go on
is-
little tangent.
I'm not going on a
Okay.
tangent. I'm trying to directly respond to your question. That first question being, how did you lose the first point? And I'm trying to do that. I am.
What
But the
was-
thing is
okay.
you're not allowing me to.
I am. And remember, answering my question, was there a lawsuit and why did no one file it? Did they sign a contract? Did they sign contracts, Dean, that allowed males into the changing room? Do you know factually if that happened?
Okay.
Yes or no? Just answer that question, yes or no.
Okay. So now we'll go on. Now we'll go on to the next point. Okay. If you just want to skip over that first one.
Yes, let's go and
by
skip
the way,
over the first
By the way, we actually don't need to skip over it. I could still cook you. If you go on Google and you type in lashing back at assault allegations, Trump calls accusers horrible, horrible women, published October 14th in 2016.
Yes, and I would call that woman that you just played a horrible, horrible woman also. Because she intentionally went on there. She intentionally went on there to deceive you, to give you ammunition to deceive the public and pretend that what Donald Trump did was exploitation, like what you just did with the other gentleman. But
so-
all your
so
righteousness is a little bit gone
so
now, isn't it?
what he did to her was exploitation.
Okay, so
I could
no, you don't
defend
know
that
that.
premise. Yes, I do.
Okay, so you know that there's no contract?
I know that there's no contract.
Was there a contract that males were allowed to enter the dressing room?
Well, let's try to answer this question about the contract. It's just a weird one, so it's kind of catching me off guard. So the contract that the beauty pageant contestant signed is a release form for the cameras on stage. So yeah,
There's also release forms for what goes on in the dressing room.
prove it.
Do you have their
Prove it.
contract?
Prove it. That's a positive claim. Prove it.
No, I don't have to. You
Oh no, you
made
have
the
to.
accusation.
You just made a positive
No, no,
claim.
no. No.
You just made a
made
positive
the
claim.
accusation.
You just made a positive
No,
claim.
Dean,
You did.
Yes, I did.
Yes,
I did make a positive claim.
So then justify
Yes. Okay, I will. The justification is you made the claim that Donald Trump exploited these women. That is your claim, sir. The burden of proof is on you, little boy.
on you. Okay, yeah, for sure. I got you.
You're
Santana.
getting cooked. Cooking, baby. Look at that
Hey,
smug
can I
little
hop
fuck.
in for like 2 seconds?
Not so
2
smug,
seconds?
no,
Santana.
no.
I'll let you respond to the
Not no
toddler,
so smug,
but then
no,
I'll
no.
but then I'll destroy him. But go ahead, Santana.
Yeah. I really, I have other stuff that I want to say, but I'll hold on to it. Rodrigo, quick question for you. How old are you?
48.
Okay, so you're 48. You're 40.
Hey,
you're
Dean,
10
I'm
years.
guessing that
Sure,
right now-
hold on. That was a simple question. You're 10
Yep.
years older than me, right? You're
Yep.
48.
Yes.
Act like it and stop being a child. Like seriously, I'm dead ass serious at this point. You sent $150. If you don't cut the shit, I'll send Dean $300 just to kick you. Like I'm
think
over
it's
the
hilarious.
bullshit. Yeah,
I
yeah.
think-
Listen, bud. I'm seriously over the bullshit. I can't take this like weird over talking shit that you keep doing. Like just fucking stop, slow down, have a back and forth. I want to jump in at some point, but I'm dead ass serious. I will send him $300 just to kick you if you don't cut the shit. Act like an adult.
Are you done? Okay, I'll jump in real quick. I think it's really cute that you guys think $300 is a lot of money.
It's
What?
double what you sent, slap nuts. It's double what you.
Yeah.
figured Dean was probably.
wait.
I
Yeah,
figured
it's three-
Dean
it's
was probably
300.
what you said.
If-
Weren't you looking
if
up my name
300
by now?
If $300
Dean,
wasn't a lot of money.
I would assume you were typing in my name by now, right?
No,
That's what you were just doing, right?
no.
Yeah, you were. Don't lie.
No, I wasn't. Who are you? Bro, Google literally pulls up one f***ing search result when I type in your name from They Call Me Tree on Instagram. Who the fuck are you?
Since you want Dean to do a Google search, how about I get this question off because I'm super interested in this. You're sitting up here, you were talking about the fact that Donald Trump, had the ability to judge them or look at them like a piece of meat while they were actually getting ready to.
No, that's not what
and it-
happened.
I'm finishing my sentence. You said that her being judged is
She did not
something
say
that
she
she was
was
up there like a
backstage.
piece of meat, and so it's okay that she was actually being judged because she was in a beauty pageant. My question is, do you think just because certain people put themselves in a situation, i.e., a beauty pageant, means that outside of the agreed upon terms, meaning the beauty pageant, that they should be subjugated to being dehumanized? Because that's what it sounds like you're saying.
Okay, so everything you said is moronic. She never made a claim that happened in the
I'm
dressing
talking
room.
about what you
She's-
said. I said
No.
what you said. You're not
Did
listening.
she
I
make a
said what
claim-
you said.
Hey, Santana, did she state that happened in the dressing room when they lined up the 51
I
people?
said what you said. You're not listening. Listen one more
No,
time.
you're not
Try
listening.
to actually focus on the words that I said.
Here, then also,
What's up,
Your
Dean? How's that search
justification-
going?
Your
that search
justification
going,
is
Dean?
saying
going
that
fine.
he's
Okay, what do you
like a
think now, you little
fucking
smart
toddler.
ass?
You make fucking cornhole bags. You're not shit, Gramps. Sit down, let Santana talk, so then Parker could hop on the mic and fry you real quick before he goes live. He doesn't have too long. And then once Parker's done frying you, I'm gonna respond to your original position. That I
You
haven't been
guys
able
have
to
lost
respond to yet,
every
but it's
single
okay.
thing you've said so far.
Just because you talk over people and be a jackass doesn't mean you won. Like that's not how it
No,
fucking
just because
works.
I point
Here,
out when you lie, that's why I talk over you.
Parker
When you
is
lie,
on a,
I
is on
talk
a,
over you.
Parker's on a time. Well, the thing is that you think
Yeah, go
anything
ahead,
that we
Parker.
say is a lie because you're confidently dumb. When you're confidently
Ultra crepidarian.
yeah, when you're confidently dumb, You'll label anything we say as a lie.
Well, Rodrigo, I just wanted to let you know that there were no contracts at all that the Miss USA or Miss Teen USA contestants signed that indicated that the owner could just walk into the changing rooms that they were in at any point in time. Nowhere within the contracts, any of them that they signed indicated that. And actually, Trump
Can
was.
you show
Can I
me the
please finish?
contract?
Can I please finish it?
Can you show
can I
me the
please-
contract?
Can I please finish before you cut me off?
Can you show me the
Go
contract?
ahead, Parker.
I'm on a phone right now and I can't show you the contract. I would have to tell you where to look it up. Okay. Now, again, if you want to look at specifically the context of this, again, Trump was alleging that he had the ability to go into their changing rooms because he was the owner.
There you go.
That's what he alleged in this clip. So what you're not understanding is that Trump is making a claim that anyone who's an owner of a particular pageant or of any particular, like say, movie setup or, Broadway or anything, you're saying that they can walk into the changing rooms of the contestants that are a part of their show while they're changing? Is that your position, that every single person who owns a show like this can just do that to any of the contestants on the show?
Thank you, Parker. You took the words out of my mouth. Go ahead, Rodrigo. You had so much to say. You sound really quiet now.
Oh, thank you guys. I appreciate it. Thank you, Parker. Can you go ahead and give us that link so I can read the information? I'd appreciate it. And then I'll answer your questions kindly.
I would like a response and then I'll tell you.
I'm not going to respond to something without reading the evidence. Provide the evidence, please. You made a lot of claims and no evidence. Let's pull up the evidence so we can all read it. Not listen to your filter, which is not.
I just want to clarify. You're the original one that claimed that this was in the context of these contracts. Again,
That is not
all I would
correct.
actually have to justify is that
Actually-
wait, hold up. Let me clarify. All I would actually have to justify is that there are contracts in situations like this where they do not justify that an owner can just walk into these changing rooms. So actually, that would actually be the basis for that. Secondly, Trump is the one who claimed himself that the only basis for it was the fact that he was the owner, not that they signed some sort of
Right.
contract that allowed for this to happen.
Yeah.
Dean, rewind what I said. Correct. I never made that claim. Rewind it and play it for him. You guys are going to learn how you mishear everything because you run it through your little fucked up noodles and you misinterpret everything
So-
that's said to you.
So the thing is
Rewind it and play
so,
it.
so when you've been talking specifically in reference to the contract, you've been asking me to prove that the contract doesn't include this. However,
I asked for you. Hold on. I know exactly what I asked you for.
You asked me to
I
prove that the
asked you
contract didn't
if
include this.
I had said, is there a contract?
Oh.
I never made any claim
Oh.
of what is in the contract. Nothing.
Oh yeah, then
I
check this
said
out.
there could be
then
a
check this out.
contract.
We have no reason.
Okay.
I have no reason to believe that in any contract agreed to by a contestant of Miss USA, they in turn consented to the naked viewership of their bodies in the changing rooms. I have no.
I
reason to
understand
believe
that you don't have that.
What?
I know that, but let's do this.
Wait,
Dean.
think about it
Instead
this way.
of you not
Rodrigo.
having a- hold on.
Rodrigo, think about it this way. I have no reason to believe that they consented to Trump looking at them naked, but I do have reason to believe that Trump looked at them while they were naked. And I have a lot of reason to believe, inductively, that he did this without consent because he said that he would allow himself to go into that space because he's the owner, not because they consented or that they had a contractual obligation to do so. Think about this reasonably, okay? Be rational. If we have a lot of reason to believe that he looked at their naked bodies, no reason to believe it was consensual, and a lot of reason to believe it was unconsensual, it is reasonable to therefore conclude that Donald Trump unconsensually looked at their naked bodies. So
How did you get to this point? How did you get to you? This is the problem with you, Dean. You just made a whole statement and you made a leap to, we know that this happened. You don't know that happened.
yeah, I would argue that
Trump
we did.
bragged about it. Trump literally
so
bragged
you
about it.
guys
What
now know-
a lie. What do you mean we
Okay,
don't
so
know that
you
this
guys-
happened? Trump bragged about it. We have victims that have come out and talked about the fact that
You're
this
not
happened. What
listening.
evidence? Wait. What evidence would you accept that this happened?
The evidence that I want is for one of you to produce the contract.
Again, none of these contracts are
What
publicly.
was
Let me
and
clarify.
not allowed?
The reason why we know you're bullshit on this
What
is because
was
none of.
and
Listen,
not-
watch this. I wanted you to look it up and realize that these contracts are not publicly available. So you making a claim that these existed in the contracts could only be justified by Trump himself. So explain to me why Trump would not verify this and claim that, again, the contracts actually said he could walk in. Plus, some of the victims were underage. The parents can't consent that Donald Trump can walk into their changing rooms while they're changing. That's actually an absurd thing for you to say, that parents could actually
Why didn't they sue
consent
him,
for their.
Parker?
Wait, why don't we sue
Why
him? Wait, when we sued him in the situation with Eugene Carroll, you don't
Why
accept the
didn't the
lawsuit.
parents sue him?
Wait, I'm sorry. You didn't accept the lawsuit. And also, you never accept lawsuits, so what's the point? And again, in this
Why
context,
didn't the parents sue him, Parker?
Yes, I will tell you. I tell you. Again, in this
Okay,
context,
thank you.
the victims themselves, the 15-year-olds, didn't come out themselves. It was an 18-year-old that came out and talked about the fact that there were 15-year-olds in these changing rooms. So it's
Yes.
often the case that maybe even the kids at the circumstance didn't even tell their parents this happened because they were taught that it was normal
File the
by people
lawsuit
like
now.
Donald Trump and the people
File
that
it
work
now.
within the field. When you say
File it
lawsuit,
now.
when you say
File-
lawsuit, hey, when you say lawsuit, again, it
Why-
would have to be under a context where, again, you could actually say that he's violated civil law in a certain manner, and then specifically go
File it
after a
now.
lawsuit in that context. So
File
again,
it
just
now.
because there's not a presence of a lawsuit doesn't mean that there's not wrongdoing. It just means that there might not be a violation of civil law, or there might be a statute of limitations, or there might not be a situation where victims specifically want to come out specifically and be attacked or harassed by people like you because you don't believe them regardless. Even when they hold their abuser liable in a civil court, you still say that they're lying, you still say that they're crazy, and you still don't accept the conclusions that come from that civil case. So stop talking like you actually care about the conditions that come from a civil court or from a lawsuit, because when it does happen, you still deny the results.
Also-
You are a disingenuous piece of shit that has no basis in evidence for anything you say, and you just say random shit and then literally
They're
try and
crashing out,
I'm
guys.
not crashing out. I'm making an argument. If you think that this is crashing out, then you just clearly are trying to deflect away from facts of reality. What crash out? I'm just talking normally to you.
Yeah. And then I'm actually going to go and add on to what Parker said there. They had a lot of reason to not file litigation in the 90s, early 2000s, because he was still a powerful billionaire man that signed their paychecks and furthered their careers, as well as he was willing to violate that implicit social contract that exists to oppose men from going into private women's only spaces. So what would he do to them if they were to file a suit or to tell them to get out? And they honestly have even more reason today, right, not to sue him. Because the woman that did sue him, the woman that did take him to court, the woman that did win a civil case and prove that he raped her, has now been facing demonization from millions
You
of
just
Trump
lied.
supporters. Has now been facing losing her job
You
because
lied
of
again.
it. Has now been facing the president
God, you're
of
a
the
liar.
most powerful country that has ever existed, calling for her to be incarcerated for her lies. And by the way, according to RAINN.org, that is RAINN, only 2% of perpetuators of violence ever see full accountability for it inside of the American criminal justice system. But still yet, speculative reasons aside, insofar as why they didn't follow suit, that question is separate and decoupled from the fact that we know Donald Trump has done what we listened to him say in that clip. Why? Because all the evidence that we need to know to understand that he exploited these women and girls is the fact that he said he did it and they said he did it. If your friend went to a party last night and you knew he was there and you knew there was drunk women there too, and then he came home the next day and told you, I'm being serious, I raped a woman at this party last night, and then you seek out the woman who he told you he raped and you asked her, did he grape you at this party last night? And she said yes, but it never went to court. You would be insane to deny that it occurred. And I find the same to be true of this set of circumstances. Donald Trump told us that he exploited them. He told us he abused his position of power as the owner to allow himself to barge into this space over their position of vulnerability, feeling vulnerable enough to get naked, take their clothes off, in the furtherance of unconsensually then looking at their naked bodies. The victims said he exploited them. Mariah Belgado and 3 other unnamed people that competed at Miss Teen USA in 1997 came forward with corroborated victim testimony aligning with what he admitted to. Same thing with Miss Arizona in 2001 and many, many others. You are absolutely insane to deny that he did this to them. In fact, I don't think we could possess a higher standard of evidence to prove that he did this to these women and girls. If a video or a picture came out today, it'd be stupid to argue, but you could stupidly argue it's AI. You can't argue that when it's him admitting to doing it, corroborated by the victims affirming that he did it. There couldn't exist better evidence. You're just delusional. One last thing before I let you speak here. You keep on bringing up the contracts. We have a lot of reason to believe that he looked at them while they were naked, because that's what he said. We have a lot of reason to believe that it was without their consent, because he said he allowed himself to go into that space, and then they said it was unconsensual. We have no reason to believe that it is with consent, because you cannot prove or give us any evidence that anywhere inside of this contract that they signed, they gave him consent to walk backstage into the changing room and look at them without any clothes on. Not to mention further inductive lines of reasoning surrounding the fact that you honestly could not point towards a single contract ever signed by any beauty pageant contestant in any contact in any scenario that gives the owner of said pageant consent to follow them into their dressing rooms and look at their naked bodies. And I know that when I stop talking and I pass you the mic, you are going to ignore the two arguments I gave you. The first argument being that we couldn't have any more evidence than this because it is the admission of guilt by the perpetrator of violence, corroborated by the victim testimony of multiple victims. And then the second argument being that we have a lot of reason to believe that he looked at them naked. We have a lot of reason to believe that it was unconsensual, and we have no reason to believe that it was consensual. So everybody, we're now going to send him an invite to turn back on his mic. Watch him run.
The first thing I want to do is I want to know your claim. Your claim is that we have an agreement that this is exploitation. Is that your claim?
I don't
That
think
Trump sexually, your claim is he sexually exploited the girls.
my claim is that he exploited beauty pageant contestants. Yes.
Okay. My first question to that is, Dean, do you know whether or not the girls signed a contract that allowed Trump to enter that room?
So I have the answer to that. I've been digging up and down looking for this actual information. And you know what's like so disingenuous, which makes me realize you're even more a disingenuous fuck, is that this actual information, since it is a contract for the Miss Teen USA, Miss USA pageant, the only place that you would be able to locate this contract is if it was a part of a court filing. Outside of that, this is a document that is sealed and you do not have access to it. You have to have special permission to get it. Even if you try to enter what's listed right now as any of those pageants, you won't be able to find the contract that was signed. So yes, there was a contract that was signed, but the contract is not a public thing. You can't just find it unless you do a couple of things. Again, if there's been mediations, there's been a couple of different cases, including Miss Teen USA and Miss USA and Miss Universe, but none of them actually have had the contract submitted as an exhibit for any type of documentation. You can go to legal libraries, and then you can also see if you can find any archive history of Miss Teen USA or Miss USA. But again, this is not something that's available or read or easy to find. So I guess the better question that I would have is, do you have the contract? Yes or no?
Santana, I appreciate you reading all that information.
Yes
Thank
or
you.
no? Do you have the contract?
I do not, but I'm
Okay,
not the
then
one.
shut the fuck up about the contract.
Okay, I'm not the one making the claim. Dean is. Dean made all the claims, Dean. So, Dean, I got a question for you.
Yeah.
You just made all those claims, and Santana, your boy here, just read a message to you that you
Boy?
couldn't have made
Your
those
boy?
claims. You
The fuck
couldn't
you
have
mean,
made
boy?
those. Oh, shut
Hey,
up with your
Rodriguez,
racist bullshit.
No,
Whatever.
fuck you.
I meant
First and
boy
foremost,
as in
yeah.
boy, dumb.
Yeah, I'm a
Not racist.
38-year-old grown
God,
man.
fuck.
I don't even care about you trying to use a racist dog whistle. I'm a grown man. Watch your mouth.
I meant your boy, like your boy.
Yeah, watch your mouth.
Okay. So, Dean, Santana was nice enough to point out that you in no way, you hateful, smug, arrogant asshole, are able to make the claims that you can because
Yeah, I
we know
actually
there
can.
is a contract, and your arrogant, smug ass sits here and
Yeah, thank you
pretends
so much
that
for the
everything you
treasure
say
chest.
is real.
Hey, so I
Yeah.
understand.
What do you think about that, Dean?
Oh, I can tell you.
You arrogant, smug,
Fair enough.
awful human being.
Wow, someone's
You're an
very
awful
emotional.
human being.
So I
Yes,
understand.
because you're a
Yeah.
awful human being and you
Yeah.
know what you're doing.
Highly angry, very big angry.
Yes, I am
So
angry. I hate
ooh.
people like you.
Oh, I know, buddy.
I know that I do.
I know that you hate people that are half your age and twice
Yes,
as smart.
liars and deceivers. I don't
liars
like
and
them, you
deceivers.
arrogant.
Y'all
So
just-
why
I don't
did you
understand
lie?
why are
Dean?
you so
Dean,
emotional?
It's
why
okay,
did you
Santana.
make
It's okay.
Dean? Why did you make the claim
It's okay.
that there was exploitation
I could tell
when
you.
you could not have known that?
Oh,
You
well,
arrogant
I-
little demon.
Yeah, I know that there's exploitation because we have
How?
we have a lot of reason to believe that it was unconsensual, and we don't have any reason to
How
believe
do
that it
you-
was
no.
consensual.
No, you have no
Can you address that claim? We have a lot of reason to believe it was unconsensual.
none.
Listen, I'll go over it. Can I give you my reasons?
You have none because
I'll
you
give
don't know if there's a contract,
I'll give
Dean.
you, I'll give you the reasons.
These are all bullshit
I'll
assumptions
give
by you.
I'll give you the reasons that we
All
have.
BS.
The
all
reasons,
BS.
the reasons that we have to believe that it was unconsensual, first and foremost, would be the fact that the victim said it was unconsensual. The second reason that we have to believe that it was unconsensual is Donald Trump said that he would allow himself in as the owner of the pageant, not that the women or girls competing
Then produce the
backstage would be
contract.
consensual. The third reason
Produce
that we
the
have to-
contract.
Sir, can
Produce the contract.
Can you just calm down
Produce
a
the-
little bit? By the way, this arrogant, smug, pompous asshole that you hate so much has $150 of your own. And when you first came on here, you said that you're going to dog walk
A
me,
whole hundred-
and now you're just spewing
whole
off
hundred
all
and-
of the insults in the book because you're getting
And I-
fried. Because you're getting fried.
I dog walk you, boy.
If I got dog walked, then why am I the one composing myself like an adult, and you're the one composing yourself like a
You-
5-year-old little boy?
Why are you the one who keeps putting me on mute, not letting me
You don't have
ex-
impulse
show?
control.
Because you lack impulse control.
I-
Thank you for the question. I'm happy I could answer.
I do lack impulse control when I deal with smug little assholes that are lying,
Well,
and I
once again-
expose them.
Yeah, once again,
So, Dean,
very
why
emotional.
did you make-
Womp womp. I'm sorry that I'm better than you in every conceivable way whatsoever. I'm
Dean-
sorry that I am the embodiment of everything that you wanted to be
Why
growing
did
up,
you-
but then realize that you can't be it because you hate yourself. And
Why
because
did
you
you-
hate yourself, you therefore must hate everybody else
Why-
in the process. Me, but I don't really care about that, but more so the hate and divisiveness that you hold in your heart towards women and girls. Now, the reasons that we have to believe that what happened to these women and girls was unconsensual is because inside of the clip, Donald Trump said he was allowed to go into that space, not because the women let him. He was allowed to go into that space, not because it was with consent, but rather he was allowed to go into the space under the guise of an inspection as he was the owner. By the way, if there was a contract that said that this was with consent, then he wouldn't need to walk into that space under the guise of a quote unquote inspection. And at the end of that clip, he wouldn't have said that.
Why
he
don't
got
we
away
just
with
read
it.
the contract?
And by the way, on top of that, the other reasons that we have to believe that it was unconsensual is
Let's
because
just read the
that
contract.
is the victim testimony of everyone.
That's
Every
not-
single women and girl that competed
God,
in Miss
you're
Teen
all-
USA that is publicly spoken out about this either said that it was unconsensual, either said that he just barged in there and looked at them while they're naked, and even the women and girls that publicly outspoke in defense of Trump, like Victoria Hughes, who's a Miss Teen USA beauty pageant contestant in 1997, when she spoke out in defense of Trump, Victoria Hughes, one of the girls that signed the f***ing contract, that read the f***ing contract, she didn't say that Trump didn't do anything wrong because we consented to this. She said that Trump didn't do anything wrong because he would never walk in there when we were naked and he always gave us a 45-minute heads up. Fourth point, I think that this is a point that you really need to understand. And honestly, one that I should have made light years ago. It's a point about what consent even is. When you engage in sex, you need to have consent. But that consent
This is hilarious.
also has to be enthusiastic and ongoing. Even if Donald Trump had the contractual consent 6 months ago from these women and girls to walk into that space, he would need the present and ongoing enthusiastic consent to continue to look at their naked bodies every single time he goes into that space. You can't draft a contract with your wife saying that you could just pull her pants off and stick your penis in her whenever you want. That contract would not be legally binding. And that's probably, honestly, the best counter argument yet. The knowledge that I have, the reason why I know this wasn't in the contract is because it would not be legally binding. For the same fucking reason, as I just pointed out, you cannot have a legally binding contract with your wife to pull her pants down and stick your penis in her whenever you want. Thank you.
Also, I want to call this out really quick. This is from Pageant Planet. Pageant Planet is a place that houses all the information from Miss USA and Miss Teen USA. and it has a complete breakdown of not only the history and information related to Miss USA and Miss Teen USA, but it has a detailed breakdown of what the actual pageant entails, the requirements, the things that you actually get, the wins. Like you get a six-figure salary for a year, you get a luxury condo in LA for rent-free for a year, you get a new car, a new wardrobe, celebrity skincare and hair care treatment, exclusive event access. And then it goes on to talk about like the salary, can you be married, can you be divorced, can you have tattoos, what's the age limit, how tall can you be, where can the contestants be from, do you have to be a citizen? And then it gives a statistical breakdown of the women that actually qualify for Miss USA and Miss Teen USA. You know, it gives stuff as far as like brown eyes is the most popular eye color of all Miss USA. 55% of all Miss USA have brown eyes. You know, 54% of Miss USA are either Virgo, Taurus, Scorpio, Sagittarius, or Aquarius. I mean, like there's a shit ton. 15% of all Miss USA have been African-American, with the first African-American Miss USA, Carol Giss, Miss Michigan USA, was crowned in 1990. I say all that to say, looking through all of this information, the actual competition, the eligibility, the actual history of the winners going all the way back to 1952, the point that I'm making is there is nothing in this entire repository that says anything about it's okay for the owner to come and prejudge the contestants. This is not listed here. There's no actual prerequisite for that. So while we don't have the contract, we have the explicit detail, a repository that has been documented of all the contestants since 1952, a statistical breakdown of every single contestant and everything that they get when they win, all the requirements, different information about them. I say all that to say you're a piece of shit, and this is the best that we have when we don't have an actual contract. You're a liar. Sorry. To Dean, not you. Fuck you.
You know what he's gonna say?
Okay, thanks.
He's gonna say, "Where's the contract?"
Yeah, what I'm going to say is, Dean, do you think it's irresponsible to make
He's not gonna address it.
claims
gonna
about
address it.
people
He's not gonna
when
Yeah,
you
he's not
have
gonna
zero
address
evidence?
Bro,
No,
you know what,
I'm
Santana?
addressing-
If I was with you in person right now, I'd give you the meanest fist bump ever, bro.
Oh.
We f***ing
I know he
destroyed
wouldn't
this
have
fool.
evidence.
Oh,
We,
that,
dude,
like,
I know he wouldn't have evidence in
we
that fit.
eviscerated this
fucking
dumbass.
give and go. Shaq and Kobe, give
dude,
and go.
Like, oh my God, give and go, dude. Like, talk, just S tier, S tier right there. So let me hear you
Fucking
whine. Let me hear
go.
you scream. Let me hear you bitch. Let me hear you moan. Let me hear you f***ing complain. Okay? I want to hear Dean's an asshole. He's an idiot. He's so mean. He's so pompous. He's so. Let me hear it all. We want to see those tears. We want to see them. Cry. Cry for us. Cry, Rodrigo.
You done crashing, buddy?
That was a crash out. What were you doing earlier?
You know what? His tone and temperament
Okay, so
has
Dean,
changed.
this
for
is
some
what.
reason,
Here's
Dean.
my question.
I know. His
Here's my
temperament.
question.
He's
for you,
settling
Dean.
down.
Here's
Isn't he settling
yeah, I
down,
know,
Rod,
because I
Santana?
Did.
Yeah.
He's
Yeah.
a lot more
So
calm.
here's-
I know.
yeah, I know because I already won and I know that. And now you're just making yourselves look like a fool.
Bro,
So
you just
here's
made
my
me
question for you,
joke.
Dean.
You can't say something like you. Okay, like when you're gonna make a joke, please make sure it's not when I'm taking a hit of the anxiety pin because that hurts. Oh my God, I just choked.
Okay, I'll warn you. I'll warn you next time.
God,
Okay.
that was funny.
So
as
my
shit,
question is-
Rodrigo. Honestly, instead
you.
of like going into the creation of like cornhole bags, which you were like boasting about, by the way, you should have been a stand-up comedian.
Oh, I thought you looked up and found .com, you ignorant, stupid fool.
You cut out,
You
so you
didn't
sounded
look
really silly. Oh, you're calling me an ignorant, stupid fool. Are you crashing out, Rodrigo? Are you crashing out? Oh my God.
I was just making a comment about your ignorance.
Oh
about
my
the
God, you're
cornhole
just
bags.
really crashing out.
Mm-hmm.
Oh wait, you get
Okay.
mad over cornhole bags?
Mm-hmm.
So
I would hate to be your wife.
I'll ask again. Dean,
I'm sorry for disrespecting you, Mr. Cornhole Bag Man. God,
hey Dean. Hey Dean, you done?
I'm playing. I'm having fun. Yeah, like this is too fun for me.
Oh,
I'm having fun. I'm having a lot of fun too. So my question is, Dean, have you learned that you shouldn't make accusations when you don't know if there's a contract? You arrogant little
He
demon.
did it. He did the thing.
he did.
Dude,
he did the thing.
dude,
he did the thing.
He did the thing.
did the thing.
He did the
Proved you wrong. I
thing.
did do the thing.
You
I
did
proved
the
you wrong. I
thing.
did do that thing.
You
I
did
did do the thing. Yeah.
Dude,
I proved you
yes,
right and wrong.
I proved that nowhere in a contract did it give them consent. My proof was a fact
No,
that that's,
you
that's literally illegal because of inalienable autonomy. And my inductive evidence was a fact that the Miss Teen USA beauty pageant contestant Victoria Hughes, when coming out in defense of Trump, didn't argue that Donald Trump had her or anybody's consent when doing this, but rather that he didn't do it at all. And then the fact that Santana brought up, going over the fact that on this depository of like all paperwork, agreements, contracts surrounding Miss Teen USA, Miss USA ranging 25 years back, nowhere in any of that paperwork did it suggest that Donald Trump had the consent of the women or girls to do this. Obviously because it's illegal, obviously because it wasn't in there. Reference MAGA Victoria Hughes saying otherwise by arguing that he didn't do it at all compared to the fact that he had their consent, which she would know because she was a beauty pageant contestant. And then I also brought up the fourth data point of evidence, that being that when he said he did this, he didn't say he did it because he had their consent. He didn't say he did this because it was in the contract. He said he did this because he's the owner and the owner can do anything. And that he also had to go in under the guise of an inspection. If the contract allowed him to look at them while they're naked, then he wouldn't have to say that he was doing it under the guise of an inspection. He could just say that he was doing it because he wanted to. And if he did have their consent through a contract or otherwise, well, then at the end of the clip, he wouldn't say that he got away with that since he wasn't doing anything bad, since according to you, he had their consent. So get dunked. I just gave you the 5 data points in which refute you, which prove you wrong. Explode. Call me ignorant again. I can't wait. It's really funny. Get fucked.
This is the Miss USA and Miss Teen USA competition. Says the Miss USA and Teen USA pageant contestants, 4 judges, areas of competition, interview, swimsuit, on-stage interview, and evening gown. At the beginning of both preliminary and final competitions, there's also an undisclosed introduction portion where each contestant introduced themselves by their name, age, home state. After preliminary competition, the semifinalists are chosen.
Dude, nobody gives a
during the live broadcast of the final competition on Fox. Semifinal competes in the swimsuit and the evening gown again during the final competition, which the point of the finalists are selected. Finalists then proceed to the final question or our on-stage interview portion of the competition. At the end of the live final show, the runners-up and the new title holders are announced. Typically, there are 2 panel judges for the preliminary competition and 1 on the final competition. Now, one other thing I want to read. Miss USA and Teen USA eligibility. Miss USA and Teen USA contestants must be, Miss USA contestant must be from the age of 18 to 27 before January 1st of the year of the national pageant to take place. Miss Teen USA competition must be in the ages of 14 to 18 before January the 1st of the year of the national pageant take place. All contestants of Miss USA, Miss Teen USA, Miss USA, the Miss USA Universe pageant must not be married or have ever been married or have ever had a marriage annulled. Contestants must also have never given birth to a child, can't be pregnant or a parent. Contestants must also be in good health and be of good moral character, and additionally meeting residency requirements. The reason why I read those 2 very important things off is 1, the actual competition gives you the breakdown where at no point does it says that there's a super secret squirrel where you get to actually meet the pageant owner and he gets to actually judge you. And number 2, if they have details as so down to the specifics as far as you can't be pregnant, you can't be married, you can never have been annulled, you can't, like, there's all of these important factors. You think if there was some type of clause where the owner got to prejudge you, you don't think this information would be listed?
Roll.
Are you 2 clowns aware that there's a difference between public contracts and private contracts?
Oh my God.
Wait, now you're arguing that the contract is private, so then why were you asking us to show it to you?
Oh my God.
No, I didn't argue it. Santana literally read,
Oh
he read
my
it to
God.
you earlier,
Oh my
you
God.
stupid clowns. The point is, Dean, here's the point. I'll help you again. The point is,
No, shut up real quick. I need to thank a couple donors here. There's seriously no way that this country can be this disgusting. I'm a survivor, and what these women/girls have gone through is beyond not talked about enough. Nightmare that most can ever imagine. I really hope that you never have a daughter. Directed towards you, Rodrigo. And it's not very funny to laugh at victims of sexual violence.
It's hilarious, actually.
It's hilarious to laugh at victims of sexual violence when the victims of sexual violence say that it was a horror. Oh, so I just want to clarify. Victims of sexual violence talking about how terrible it was when they were a victim of sexual violence is laughable. That's funny. Is that how you feel, Rodrigo? Turn back on the mic, big boy. Is that how you
Am I
feel?
allowed to talk? Am I allowed to talk now, Dean?
For right now, you can speak.
Oh, thank you so much, oh powerful
So
one.
is that funny?
It's hilarious how people fake outrage, fake assaults, and then pretend they're real. Yes, it's hilarious to me.
Are
like
you
you're
just
doing
are
right
you
now.
just accusing?
So is the burden of proof now on the innocent
I'm going to
people?
respond to that. So I just want to clarify. You're accusing this random woman that sent me a super chat of faking her claim that she was essayed.
No, I'm accusing the people that
You're out of here.
Gross.
He's out of here.
And it ran its course. Like, good on you, Dean. Fuck that guy.
Yeah.
Joining up the stream right now. How's everybody doing today? What's up, everyone joining in the stream? How's everyone? And why do you support Donald Trump?
I just feel like I sort of agree with more of his policies than Kamala Harris.
Such as?
Abortion, inflation, gas prices. I believe my gas prices have been lower since Donald Trump has been in office. I don't believe in transgender as a whole. I don't believe that's okay, but and I just I agree with more of his side than Kamala Harris or Democrat side. So
Okay. A few things here. Gas prices have only gone down by 2 cents since Trump got in office. I don't think that he
And
did
how?
anything to cause that. If anything, we've seen electricity prices go up since Trump got in office. Inflation, I don't think Trump benefits inflation, and I don't think the Biden-Harris administration caused inflation. Trump's policy on tariffs definitely does cause inflation. For abortion, do you think that abortion should be illegal?
yes, I do.
You think it should be illegal? All right. If I were to pay for my girlfriend's abortion, should I go to prison?
No, you should not. I
Okay,
don't believe
that-
I don't believe people that have had abortions or believe that they should have abortions should go to jail. I just don't believe it's right, as I don't believe it
Okay.
justifies taking of a human life.
Wait, so then it sounds like you're pro-choice. You believe it should be legal for people to get access to abortion, but you think it's wrong.
No, I don't believe it's allowed. I don't think it should be allowed. I just think
So
I don't
people
think
should go to
people-
prison for it.
if they have one under anything. Then like if they have anything. How much I say this?
If the committed prior to the law being enacted,
Yes. Yeah.
that's the same argument is used during the Nuremberg trials. You're literally arguing that right now.
I'm just confused on what you're getting at.
Yeah,
I
because
think
they
we're
said
fighting-
because international law didn't exist in order to say that it should be illegal, right? Then they can't be held accountable for that because there's no retroactive enforcement of the law. That was actually like an argument made by the Nazis in the Nuremberg trials.
I think we got off on the wrong foot. I think we're thinking completely two different things. I'm so confused because I'm Jewish, so I don't believe. Of course, I don't believe that at all.
Yeah, so I'm just saying like retroactive enforcement, right?
So-
It does make sense because we used that same justification in the Nuremberg trials.
Yeah, I'm saying I don't believe it's okay. Well, I have a question for you, and that's my whole point. I've been waiting
Okay.
here for like 3 hours. I really just had a question for you. Do you believe in guilty by association?
Not necessarily. Like,
What do you mean?
I believe that associations with individuals in certain circumstances, especially with you engaging in bad behavior, is definitely a good reason maybe to believe that there is bad behavior that could be to a greater extent, but I don't think it's necessarily an implication of guilt.
Well, if someone is doing guilty stuff and someone is around them while guilty stuff is happening, and it's allowed to be happen, don't you think?
Like
that
if they know
they're
about it
just as
happening?
guilty? Yeah.
Like if they know about it happening, they're around
Because
it,
with-
and they still continue to bolster it, then in a certain sense that could provide some level of responsibility, sure.
So with being a responsible parent, like Joe Biden with Hunter Biden, you think that's completely different, or?
I do think that Hunter Biden's an adult, like 40, 50 years old. I'm like, I don't know. At what point do you lose responsibility as a parent?
I'm not saying.
And also, like,
lose
what
responsibility
thing
as a
was
parent,
Hunter
but
Biden guilty of that then would mean that Joe Biden is also guilty of that?
I'm not saying guilty of. I'm saying like, I think when I meant guilty of association, I'm thinking. I mean, I'm talking about. As if his dad, if he's allowing, like if I feel like your parents still can talk to you about it or say something about it, then you're just as Do you not get what I'm saying? Or you,
No, can you try to restate?
I'm saying like with Hunter Biden, he was doing this, his dad knew about it.
Oh, by the way, I just want to let you know you can't say any names in specific.
Oh, okay.
You can say like but like specifically like
Oh,
you can
okay.
say
I
that.
get what you're saying. Okay. Hunter Biden did certain amount of and people knew about it. Joe Biden knew about it, and he let it happen. And I think things happen, things happen because of Hunter Biden and the people he hung out with. And Joe Biden couldn't stop it.
I mean,
I
Joe
also believe-
Biden's not responsible for his kid doing at that age. I mean, he's 50 years old. It's not like you're talking about a high school kid. Secondly, Trump pardoned a convicted of 400 tons of
I mean,
the
I-
ex-Honduras
I-
president.
I did say at the start that I mean there is stuff that I do agree about and there is stuff I don't agree about. Would you say that you can separate a person based off how they think, and how they act, like, or like, so like Trump? I agree with more of his political ideas, but I don't agree with some of his like personal stuff. Can you separate those two, or those have to go hand in hand?
I do think that you take into account both of them when voting for president.
I think someone who's used their own body, such as Kamala Harris has used, to sleep with Willie Brown to get to the power that she was.
Why? Why? She was in a relationship with Willie Brown that didn't get her into the position of vice presidency, senator,
No, but
any
it's
of those
been-
positions. What position did she get into because of the fact that she was in a relationship with
It's been-
Willie Brown?
It's been argued that she's grown in power because of
That I feel like that's only said
Her
because
status
she's a
with Willie
woman. Do you think Hillary
No.
Clinton slept her way to the top?
not at all.
Didn't Hillary Clinton grow her status by being in a relationship with Bill Clinton?
Yeah, one could argue, yeah.
Okay, so then why would this be applicable to Kamala Harris but not to Hillary Clinton?
Because hers was definitely more mainstream in the sense of hers was definitely in my opinion. I mean, this is all opinionated.
Who
here.
was more mainstream? I think Bill Clinton is more mainstream.
No, I mean in the sense a mainstream is probably the horrible word to use there. I mean, it was definitely more used to get to power than Hillary Clinton was.
Did Hillary Clinton not try to become president of the United States?
No, she did.
She did, and was that not slightly because of her affiliation with Bill?
In slight, yes, but also in slight because of her ideologies and her views.
Oh,
and
okay.
what
So
she
can you say the
offered to
same thing about
people.
Kamala Harris?
And disagreement, no.
Okay. Well, I feel like you're just being dishonest then.
I mean, if I'm gonna be honest, I've only lived 18 years of my life, so I haven't done as much as research as you. So you're probably more than likely gonna beat me on every topic here. So I'm not gonna disagree with you on that. You know way more than I do. I'm not gonna argue that you don't. I'm just going off of what I believe, and honestly, I'm coming here to honestly debate you and spare my point of view from my 18 years of life to get a basis off of what I should do with my future.
Yeah, and I understand. And the point I was trying to make is that based upon other sets of conditions, you wouldn't consider the sleeping your way to the top, but only because there was like this rumor and conspiracy that she did so. Like people believe this. I'm saying essentially there's no reason to believe she quote unquote slept her way to the top. If you want to start talking about sleeping their way to the top and you want to bring up rumors, well then we can talk about Trump and Bubba.
I mean that is just a rumor, so I guess you do have a point. I guess I just believe my belief, I believe abortion is wrong. I believe there's no real justification for it. As someone who's I think I started watching Charlie Kirk because Charlie Kirk was a big influence on me. I'm not gonna lie. I think started watching him 16 to now, he was a big influence. I also had a question for you. I feel like, what is it? I feel like you and Dean kind of portray this false sense of idea of that you cared that Charlie died when, and this is videos I've seen of you guys crying, you guys saying it's horrible that he died, to then later make fun of his death and to say stuff like that. That's making fun of his death.
How did I make fun of his death?
You personally, I'm not. I'm talking about Dean. I know you associate with him, so I'm saying I
Okay.
personally I waited.
So
waited,
I don't think Dean has either.
I saw a video of him singing the Charlie Kirk song and kind of making fun of it and kind of.
Yeah, that's him making fun of people who are saying that they're Charlie Kirk, not him making fun of Charlie Kirk dying.
No, but he was like, "We got to carry the flag. We got to carry the flag of Charlie Kirk's death." Like it was in a sense of
Carry the
making
flame.
fun of- yeah, of like.
Yeah, it's we
yeah, he
are
hasn't-
Charlie Kirk. We
Yeah,
carry
I know the song.
the
I'm not saying
flame.
that.
Yeah, that's like
I'm
it's like a meme because people were like
Yeah,
saying
he
that
was
they're
saying
Charlie
it in-
Kirk.
He was saying it in a way of that what Charlie that Charlie Kirk was not right for. I also have another question, and these are just questions. I mean, I didn't really I half came to debate you and half came to. So I see people in the comments are like, "What is?"
And
this
I also
about?"
do just want to like let you know, like for us specifically, like I was 30 to 40 feet away when it happened,
Yeah.
and the first person that I called and that answered was Dean.
Okay.
So obviously my response to that is because it was a traumatic event. I was assuming that it was a mass when it happened, and I didn't know until like literally Dean informed me on the phone, and everything happened.
is
Like
right.
it was crazy, like genuinely. I didn't know it was a specifically targeted assassination until I heard it on the phone, and that to me, obviously that's traumatic, right? And I think that's also traumatic for Dean because one, I'm there, I'm one of his best friends, and I'm there, and two, because again, what's happening is that someone from the alternative political side that you've debated before just got attacked in that way, and that could also extend to you as well. So I think it's a normal reaction to not only for someone who has some sort of connection to someone who's there, but also that it could be him in that context, and it's something that he has to think about constantly. And it's also something that like you worry about because your family is also really worried about you. Like my mom is super
Yeah.
worried about me, something happening to me, and that's
Yeah,
something
no,
I
I
have to
get it.
think about, and that makes me genuinely like emotional to think about sometimes, right? Because I don't want my mom to have to worry about, my life being at risk. So I mean, I think that's
Yeah.
like something similar that, he goes through as well. So again, when he's singing the Charlie Kirk song, that's again, I don't think that's anything to do with making fun of Charlie Kirk's death. That's making fun of people who are saying that they're
Well,
Charlie Kirk.
Do you see how to young fans or to young people who do spend a lot of their time on TikTok, who do get a lot of their research from TikTok or see stuff from TikTok, how that can be portrayed as in the wrong way? And
Yes. Yeah, I actually do. I think there's a lot of things that are portrayed a certain way about Dean and I that are certain ways that make you think a certain thing about us, but I think it's just mainly the framing. Like there was a lot of people that like thought that Dean was trying to say that he was siding with the right, like that he's about to side
Yeah,
on the right and
well-
that he was going to become some alt-right grifter or something. And I can see
then-
why if, a bunch of people say that you think that about someone, but obviously like I don't think that like it's based on critical analyzation or critical thought or like a genuinely
Well,
good
then why
perspective
don't
there
you
because he was
say-
just saying only on that one specific topic that like in reference it wasn't about like everything in general. And
Well,
also
wouldn't
like
you
one
say
thing
that-
I would even bring up to him is like that's just not a good way of framing it. Like and it can be misconstrued this way. But like
Well,
I
if you-
definitely think that like it's a just if you think about it a little bit more, right? Obviously you wouldn't think that.
Yeah, well, if you believe that things can be misconstrued in the wrong way and taken out of the wrong way, don't you believe that things that Trump has said over time have been taken way out of the wrong way of what he's ever meant to say, or even he was being sarcastic to some things and people because he's a very serious person that, in my opinion, from hearing him speak, he talks serious, but he can also mean sarcastic. So do you think that there's many things that he has said that have been misconstrued as the wrong way?
Obviously, I think there could be some things, but I think a lot of what he says that is so bad that no one has to misconstrue him at all.
Like what? Well, I believe when you bring
yeah.
up the whole Howard Stern clip of him saying he went backstage and he went and saw the pageant girls naked and stuff, everything like that. But Howard Stern is known for being, in my opinion, I believe how Howard Stern has come across to many people as saying stuff in a way and getting people to in the way he said it, because I've seen the full clip, and the way he said it, it made it sound like Trump when Trump responded to it, he was saying it in a sarcastic tone. And I don't believe that anyone should be able to see someone without their consent, or because I have a girlfriend and I would not want anyone else to see her or even myself in a way that
It's like that
is-
without your consent. So like I agree, and I think that in this context, Donald Trump himself is bragging about walking into the changing rooms of naked women while they're changing without their consent, and Howard Stern himself even clarifies, "Did you do this? Yeah, did you actually do this?" And yeah, Trump
Yeah.
continues to
And-
do it. So he actively was
Well,
admitting it. He wasn't
and
joking, and this was corroborated by victims. An 18-year-old
Well-
came out, said there were 4 girls as young as 15 years old in these changing rooms when Donald Trump would barge in.
Well, I mean, as a point that I don't believe he has a show to run. That maybe I think everything that you could do, no matter what, is construed can be misconstrued as the wrong way. So,
Things can be misconstrued, but I'm telling you, like, these things aren't misconstrued if you think about them and if you critically analyze them. But like the thing I brought up about Dean, if you critically analyze it, it obviously was taken out of context.
I mean, of course that he more meant it of a joking way, but I don't believe when you've seen the clip of Trump saying, "Well, what if someone dropped on your head?" Like that's so sarcastic and so
What if
Like-
I don't know what you're talking about in that context.
when he was like, "What if anything? What if someone dropped on your head?" To the lady in the Oval Office, like you know what I'm talking about, or still now?
I might not have seen this clip.
I would say just try to find it. I mean, maybe I've seen it, but also I've never I kind of didn't really, if I'm honest, I kind of had just questions for you, so more than debating, if that's fine, if you want to find someone else to debate or like have an actual debate with, or
Well, I mean, you were the last person I was gonna have on anyway. The point I was gonna that I can maybe bring us to, and maybe we'll have a little bit of a point here, is there anything Trump could do that would get you to stop supporting him?
there's things that Trump could do that I would I mean, I don't have full support in Trump per se of the way he does things, but there is definitely his views and his ideologies more aligned with mine. That I just personally believe. So I personally believe that Trump should shut up sometimes and be like, you've said enough. But there's also, I think there's great things that Trump has done for the people of America that people should realize to stop being ungrateful for. And because I believe that I'm grateful for my life. I'm grateful for the life that my parents have provided for me and that I have gotten. So I believe that some people should take a step back and realize all the great things that people have done for you. Like, instead of always pushing the bad. And so
Well, I think that we have to talk about the bad things that are happening in politics and the things we disagree with in order to bring attention to them and address them. And it might seem like from an
Well-
outside perspective that we only address those and we're not willing to address the positive, but we do address the positive all the time and we do talk about that. But we have so much negative to address that it's really hard to even address any positive in this context. And there's very little positive, I would say, from my perspective, to be totally honest with you. And any of the
Well, is there
positives you
really
can point to
anything that
are
Trump
more
has-
positive with Democrats on the exact same issue in practically every circumstance.
Well, when Biden was in office and while I was living with my parents, it felt much harder for my parents to provide for me and my brother when Biden was in office than when Trump was in office. It felt life was much easier, more calm, more able for me to come to provide for my life.
Okay. Well, I just want to let you know, Kamala Harris and Joe Biden are only increasing taxes on income earners over $400,000 a year. So what about Trump being in office made things better for your family?
I mean, I didn't realize it until I got a job, how much money really does go into gas. So, I mean, You could say, I know you have the whole, well, Trump doesn't control that and Trump doesn't control that, but I have to look at it as while he was in office, that it was definitely lower for me and my family. So when gas is cheaper, that means we can have more opportunities to do stuff. Groceries are easier to buy. We have more money for groceries. We have.
Okay, can I tell you something? Groceries are more expensive since Trump got in office. Gas prices have only gone down by 2 cents since Trump got in office. Energy
Well,
prices have gone up by 4% in the last year.
I have a question. You said that 2 cents is that's literally just over the almost year and a half he's been in office.
That's over the last year.
Only been over
He hasn't even been in office for a year yet.
Yeah, you're right. I apologize.
It's okay.
You have to show me that because when I driven over the price of the year, it feels like to me that it keeps going down and down.
It's
and
from the
down.
Energy Information Administration. Just look up Energy Information Administration U.S. gas prices by month.
So still, I don't understand. I don't understand how it goes from low, from being $4.
Can I tell you? So why was it expensive under the Biden-Harris administration? Because of global inflation relating to the pandemic, because of supply chain issues. And Trump, since he got in office, has impacted inflation because he's imposed tariffs, which cause an increase in the price of products.
Okay. Re-say that. Sorry, my mind went completely blank as soon as you started talking.
Yeah, I'm saying tariffs have increased the cost of consumer products and increased like the prices of energy, like for example. So if you want to address like the prices going up, then we should address that. Whereas you wouldn't be able to mention specific policy from the Biden-Harris administration that would have put upward pressure on the prices for energy. I could also say that Donald Trump has cut the funding into the investments for renewable energy production, which also served as a substitute for energy production, which puts downward pressure on the prices. So that puts upward pressure on the prices again.
Okay. And really, I'm kind of sorry for if I'm a little bit of wasting your time. I really just had questions. I didn't really have.
Can I re-ask the question? What is something Trump could do that would get you to stop supporting him?
I personally can't think of anything. I mean, if someone kept listing me stuff, then I'd
Can I
probably
list
be
you
like,
something?
yes, no. Yeah, of course.
Yeah, if he called for the of some Democrats because they said to follow the law.
I saw that, and I still believe that is sarcasm, and I believe some stuff is taken seriously and some stuff is not. Of course.
No,
there's
he was
no
not
way
being
that-
sarcastic. He posted on Truth Social calling for the. And he literally reposted someone saying
So
HANG them George Washington Wood. That wasn't a
So if
joke,
I
and you
post-
can't do that as a president. Even if it is a joke, you don't do that as a president.
There's like I agree with you there. There is stuff that he should not say, and there's most of the time that I believe that he just needs to be quiet and stop running his mouth. But another thing, well, you go on another point. That's what I'm trying to say. Is I believe that was more sarcasm in the way. I know he's not technically supposed to say that. Still, to me, that's sarcasm. I know that it's not the way that you believe, but
It definitely isn't sarcasm, and I think that all you're doing
that's-
is normalizing calling for your political opponents. And I bet if Republicans, or wait, actually, would you be okay with me calling for threats of Republicans?
So calling for it or having it happen?
No, straight up calling for it. Like if I reposted someone saying HANG them George Washington Wood, would you be okay with that?
I don't. I'm sorry. I keep thinking about 400 different things at once. So if you could,
Okay.
That's
if
just me.
if I reposted someone calling for the of Charlie Kirk after his death, right, would you be okay with that?
Personally, I would not really care because it's sorry. That's a bad way to say it. I would probably be like, that guy's not a great guy. But for me, I try to focus on me.
Would it be
what I can do.
reasonable for people on my side to support me? Would you still be having this
Oh.
conversation with me?
If you said that, it would probably turn me away. But I wouldn't refrain from having a conversation with you. I wouldn't stop having a conversation with you just because. our
But
beliefs are
you'd
different.
probably be having a different tone of voice while talking to me, right? Push the
No,
sparklers.
I was-
You'd probably be angry at me right now and thinking that I caused the violence towards Republicans.
No, not really. Because I was always taught respect, and I believe that I respect you as a person, and I hope you respect me. I mean, I feel like I haven't done.
I don't know why you
anything-
support. I don't know why you support Trump if you care about respect.
I don't respect. As I said, I am 18, so I've only lived 18 years of my life. So I'm not. That's why I came here more with questions than
Yeah.
debates to tell you that you're wrong, you're right, this or that. Because I'm not gonna come here and tell you that I know this over you or I know this over you, because I don't, and I'm not gonna have these arguments because I've been here for 3 hours waiting to talk to you.
Well, I
where
feel like
heard
you've
these
learned a
peop-
decent amount then. You probably learned a lot about like how Trump has done bad things, or what you say now.
I have learned some stuff. I have learned things that I did not know. Also have learned things that things have changed my mind a little bit. But it's just the way I believe the way I've been living my life aligns more with the ways of the Republican Party. And when I say Republican Party, I don't mean always in Trump, because there is, like I said earlier, there is definitely things that I wish Trump would. I've seen Trump say that I just wouldn't say, like, come on, dude. There's really, you had to say that, or like, that's why I can't. Like I said before, I've come with just questions more than really debates points.
I do have like only a few more minutes, just letting you know. By the way,
Yeah,
so I do
okay,
want to say something real quick. What could convince you, or what do you think would be convincing to you?
Go into depth on what you mean by that.
Like, what do you think would convince you that Democrats would be preferable to Republicans?
If it aligned more with my beliefs,
Like, what beliefs?
that I don't agree with abortions, and I don't agree with. I believe that people should live their life as my dad's Jewish, but my mom is Christian, so I'm more Christian than Jewish, but I am still there. I believe that people should follow God, whatever they believe, have someone to follow. And I believe that's more under, as you're an atheist, I believe that you are. I've heard you say that you don't believe in God.
Yeah.
So I would follow someone who more believes in God, because they probably have the same things I believe in, and they live their life more in a way of I've lived my life, and they.
Hey, Sean, you should look up James Tallarico. You've heard of him?
Yeah, he's very. I believe he's more of the respectful person. Then he's one of the more respectful people, a Democrat, that I've ever seen. When I feel like I watch Democrats speak, it's more of a hateful tone, and it's more of a tone of they're trying to divide people more than bring them together. And
Okay, I don't know how you say that when Trump is the president. Like, I mean, I would maybe get that point if Trump weren't president. But, like, I mean, how can you say that when you guys are quite literally, I think
Well,
that's evidence right there.
I
that
agree. I really,
anything,
me
people on the
personally,
right
I
are
really
more
like
like
JD
that.
Vance. I really like what he stands for.
I mean, I think JD Vance, if anything, is upholding the same stuff as Trump because of the fact that he's literally supported all of it.
I think we'll have to wait in 3 years. It'll about to be a year already, like you said.
Who would you vote
So-
for, James Tallarico or JD Vance?
I would have to give it some thought. I've never voted before, so I would give it more thought, give it more research, for making a final decision right now.
If you had to make a determination,
Right now, it'd probably be Vance. I
Okay.
believe.
why?
I believe his views align more with mine. I haven't really heard much about his name is James Tallarico, you said, correct?
Yeah, they both follow God, right?
Yeah.
And I would say that your religious views shouldn't be a reason why you think abortion should be illegal. Now, you can think abortion should be like considered wrong from your own perspective, but to say it should be illegal is a different claim. Like, you don't think every sin should be illegal, correct?
No, of course not.
Okay. So then why should abortion be illegal?
I believe it's the unjust of a human life. I believe that baby, that no matter what, when conception happens, that it is a baby. I've always put this point on people when they ask me about it. If you're, I know it's a weird hypothetical, but people bring hypotheticals all the time. I've seen you and Dean have some odd hypotheticals. So if your mom had a time machine, and she could go back and tell her young self to have an abortion, and her young self agreed to it, would you stop that from happening, or would you let it happen because you agree that abortions are okay?
If my mom wanted to have an abortion, should she have been allowed to? Yes.
And so that would never have created you. You would have been completely fine with it.
Yeah. Would it be wrong if my mom were to use that time machine, go back and convince herself not to go on a first date with my dad?
If they're no, because that created
No, but
you,
that
and I
would
believe-
that would get rid of my existence.
yeah, and
So
yeah.
I'm confused what your point is. You kind of just like
It's-
disproved yourself there.
I've never heard someone bring up that point before, so you're probably there. You're right. I would. I don't agree that abortion's okay. I don't believe that a human life that hasn't really done anything wrong, like Charlie Kirk said, if there was a group of people and nobody could say who was the child of, as a lot of people say that to bring up into the case of
Here, hold up.
abortion.
Let me ask you a question, because I think you're going to go into something that you probably would be in support of. Let me ask you this: if you're in a burning building and you could either save 2 zygotes or 1 newborn baby, which would you rather save? 2 babies under your view, or 1 baby?
I would save the living baby, so the 1 baby. That's something I would choose. I believe that it's much more complex than that.
You say, wait. By the way, the zygotes are living. So which one is that under your view?
Yeah, I'd probably still choose the 1 living baby, as it's.
Okay. So you'd pick
I don't know
2.
what I would
You'd
choose.
pick
I mean,
1 baby over
I'm
2
a-
babies.
If I'm honestly, I'd probably be frantic. I wouldn't know what I would choose in that situation. Of course, I have time to think about it and say which would I choose here, which would I choose
I think
here, but
all
I
of
would
us know that in that situation we'd save the newborn baby. It's not very
Yeah.
complex. Like I think everyone agrees here that's true. Now,
I think
if I were to
It's-
extend that
it's-
to 5 zygotes or 1 newborn baby, which would you rather save? I think we'd still say the newborn baby, right?
I'd have to give it. I think I'd have to give it more thought. Like it's such a, to me, it's more complex.
Really, I don't think you care about cellular zygotes, dude. Like I don't think anyone really does.
You don't. I haven't really given it much thought, so I can't say I do care or I don't care. I see people in your comments saying you're clueless or you don't really know what you're talking about, and I'm not gonna. Like I told you earlier, I'm not gonna say I know what I'm talking about. That's
That's fine.
I really came here just to talk to you and ask
To
you
like learn. Yeah,
questions.
it's good to ask questions and to learn.
Because I'm 18, so I haven't lived the life you have, or I haven't lived the life you have, where you have more knowledge over me. So I would right now I wouldn't make a firm choice because I would think about it and I would form the best conclusion that I could probably make in the situation. So.
Yeah, so like again, my point would then be is like, I have a few things.
again, in terms of abortion here, I don't think that there's really a good argument to say that we'd care about like zygotes and embryos and really up to the point it's sentient, really care about it very much. That'd kind of be my point, especially enough to say that like someone's bodily autonomy should be restricted. Right? Like I
Well-
don't think from a legal perspective they should have a restricted access to abortion. Right? Because again, it's non-sentient. And I don't think it's to pull the plug on an individual in your family that like, I think that'd be absurd even though there's still cellular life, right?
Yeah, of course.
And I think even religious individuals can say the same thing. I don't think you, because of your religion, have to say that you think it's to pull the plug on an individual in your family. I think that'd be an absurd take. Even from a religious perspective, I don't think most religious people even say that. So you can hold your religious perspective and still hold my view. I don't see any reason why you would have to hold like a pro-life perspective or like if you are Christian or religious by any means, especially because you're not legislating based upon your religious values. You're legislating based upon personal values. Because if it were religious values, well, then practically every sin would be illegal. Or even things like adultery, like how Donald Trump has committed adultery and he'd be in prison for that.
If I don't like I said earlier, I don't agree with everything. Yeah, I mean, you've really gave me a lot to think about, so I would have to say thank you.
Of
But
course.
Donald Trump's first year back in power has been dangerous, destructive, and defining. And 2026, well, it may be even worse. Today's guest, David Pakman, he's been tracking all of it in real time. As the host of The David Pakman Show, he reaches millions across radio, television, podcasts, and YouTube. In this conversation, he helps us take stock of the most consequential moments of 2025 and what to expect in the year ahead. But before we get into it, subscribe to this channel to stay informed about how you can defend democracy. David Pakman, welcome to Defending Democracy.
Thank you.
So you are one of the most popular commentators on politics on YouTube. You're also an astute follower of everything political. And so, you know, we're at the end of the first year. It's not the first calendar year, but the end of it is the first calendar year. It's not the full year of Donald Trump's presidency. What has surprised you? What hasn't surprised you? You know, what are your overall thoughts?
It's funny. What has surprised me, and when I think about it, I'm not that surprised, is how desensitized everybody has become to just about everything this administration has done. And so on the one hand, this is surprising because a decade ago when he came down the golden escalator, as he likes to say, if someone had said, hey, in 2025, Rob Reiner will be killed and Trump will post that it was because of Trump derangement syndrome and mock and laugh at it, nobody would have believed that. And so in a sense, it's shocking where we have come. At the same time, you go online and you see allies of the president defending that statement, and you say, well, I guess I'm not that surprised because they've been defending everything he has said and done over the last decade. So I think just abstracting a little bit from the day-to-day of tariff policy or crackdown on media or whatever, hypernormalization is very real. And everybody, I mean, even myself as someone in the media covering this stuff, I have to resist becoming desensitized to what's going on. And so I think what has surprised me, it's easy to say I've been surprised by how bad Trump has been, and of course that's true. But the societal concern is the degree to which what would have been scandals in the past sometimes aren't even making legacy and corporate media. And this includes, what's going on with Trump's hand and the health stuff. This includes a lot of his statements. The fiasco with the construction of the White House. I mean, he's demolished part of it. The architect quit because the project didn't make sense as conceived, and it's at a standstill. The White House. It's not even really getting that much coverage in legacy and corporate media. So I think that's what's been the biggest surprise.
Yeah, actually, it's getting no coverage in legacy media. Like, I mean, I think you're overstating how much they're covering it. The question I guess I have is whether you think that it's obviously different from his first term in that it's worse. But you said something that I think is really insightful that I want to sort of pick at, which is that it doesn't surprise us because his supporters have always defended him. Like his enablers have always enabled him. The Republicans in Congress, they have been saying they didn't read his latest comment or, whatever. Like they've been playing this game for a really long time. So the question is, do you think it would have been different in his first term? In other words, had he done the kind of stuff that you're seeing now, if he had torn down the East Wing of the White House, or he had made the kind of outrageous comments you mentioned about, the death of Rob Reiner, do you think it would have been different in the first term? Or do you think that it was always the same? It's just he has advanced it further.
No, I do think that you can't do all of this stuff at once. So I think it would have been different if he had jumped right to some of the things that he's doing this term. But do I think it would have been different enough that it would have, if it was during the 2016 primary campaign, would it have prevented him from becoming the nominee? I don't know. And it's weird to go back to his whole, I could shoot someone on Fifth Avenue and wouldn't lose any support kind of thing. And at the time I thought he's more right than maybe we want to acknowledge. And it's sort of been borne out. I do think there is something that is changing right now. This isn't my opinion, it's just based on polling, where for the first time since this entire Trumpian fiasco began, half of Republicans do not consider themselves MAGA. They consider themselves non-MAGA Republicans. There's a new NBC poll out that points to this. And, this is not going to get Trump impeached. It's not going to get him removed. But in thinking about what's next for this party and this movement, and even thinking about 2026, you are seeing an objective, there are now objective metrics by which we can say the Republican Party has moved away from Trumpism as much as they have during the last 10 years. The consequences of that are still to be determined, and to a degree they depend on the left's ability to capitalize on it, but that is a material change.
And do you think that is because because Republicans have been suffering electorally, at least in the elections we've had so far? Do you think it's because lame duck is starting to settle in, or do you think it's just public opinion?
I think it's the economy primarily. And when you look at the crosstabs on some of these polls, what you see is that to a degree that is unheard of in politics, voters, number one, are leaning more towards Democrats than Republicans on the issue of being stewards of the economy, which you really rarely see, if ever. And number two, it's Biden's economy. We're trying to fix the inflation Biden created. This stuff is really not landing. And a lot of voters who are used to support Trump and no longer do are specifically pointing at, I'm worse off than I was a year ago. Things are less affordable than they were a year ago. The tariff policy, I believe, is a net negative, not a net positive. It really seems hyper-focused on the economic stuff. And there's two interpretations of that. One is, I guess James Carville was right 35 years ago. It is the economy, stupid. On the other hand, it is a little concerning that the rampant insanity of the non-economic stuff is not really affecting Trump's standing with Republicans. You could say that this is a positive or a negative in that sense.
I noticed you've left out of the equation two things that I know we all care a lot about. I know you care about, I care a lot about, and I'm sure our audiences do. So let me just put them together, even though they're discrete, and let you tackle them either way you want. Number one, attacks on democracy. Number two, the cruelty that we are seeing towards immigration. Do you think that those play no role in this? Do you think they play a role in reinforcing the economic challenges he has? How do you view those two things?
I think the second one, the deportation immigration policy, does play a role, but it's smaller than the economic factors, but it is related. And I think the more that people understand the deportation policy, nobody is benefiting from the tariffs, and really nobody's benefiting from the deportation policy economically. Reducing the workforce is not good for the economy. Crippling small business is not good for the economy. Turning potential tourists to the U.S. off because of the policy is directly bad for the economy. So I think the immigration part is playing a role. I hate to say this, but to a degree, 2024 proved that the threat to democracy angle, while I care about it so much, and history tells us that if you ignore it, very bad things happen, I don't know that it's really motivating voters in the way that I would hope that it would.
And so why is that? Do you think it's because they don't, it's too abstract? The idea of democracy is too abstract. Do you think it's just too secondary for people who are trying to, pay the rent and live a life? It's too abstract? Or do you think those of us in the pro-democracy movement have not done a good enough job in advancing it?
I think there's two reasons why it's less salient maybe for voters. Number one, it is more abstract than my grocery bill is higher, and now I've got to figure out what to do with that. That's extremely tangible and concrete. And the threats to democracy, while extraordinarily serious, are a little more theoretical. And then number two, the effects of it are easier to become desensitized to. So for example, we have seen unprecedented attacks on media and a free press, and it's been building over 8, 9, 10 years. You go back to the first term, kicking Jim Acosta out of the press briefing room, all these different, it's been building. But if you are someone who lives in Ann Arbor, Michigan, and is working, it is less obvious how that directly affects you, even though, of course, we understand that in the ways that you will subsequently attempt to vote to decide who represents you and what they will do, it's of massive importance. It's less immediately and concretely relevant than the economic stuff. And I think for that reason, it's not polling as important for a lot of voters.
So I want to ask your opinion on something that you're both an expert on, because you are a keen observer of American politics, but also you have some personal experience, and that is the question of immigration. You immigrated to this country from Argentina, and there were a lot of Democrats who were very confused about what happened with the issue of immigration leading into the 2024 election, the Hispanic vote in the 2024 election. And, I think a lot of us are looking at what's happening now and thinking this has got to swing back, right? I mean, that the cruelty around this has got to affect not just Latinos, but a lot of people. What do you make of that? Again, wearing both hats. I'll be right back with more of my conversation with David Pakman in a moment. But Donald Trump is making an unconstitutional power grab for unlimited power. And our democracy is at a tipping point. The Democracy Docket team is growing.